careful now. You sure haven't lost any of your boundless energy.
Be still, Cadre. But don't let this interloper out of your sight. It's you, is it not? The one Agent DeVries warned me to expect? Well, see here. If you intend to stop me, you're far too late. Preposterous. Our mission to stop the talks is a righteous one. Why would I ever jeopardize it for the likes of you?
This one's a potential font of useful information, dear. You just need to administer the proper application of force.
You'll do no such thing. My willpower is stout, my loyalty unshakable. And even if by some low chance you could extract my knowledge, you'll never truly understand. If our deaths buy Agent DeVries and our comrades the time they need, so be it. That matters not. He lost his grit and turned traitor. But I am steadfast in my resolve. You hear me? Steadfast. I was warned you might try to lure me in with niceties, with professionalism, before going for the proverbial throat. I won't have it. But it doesn't matter what you do. The rest of our team is pushing forward. Agent DeVries is right. The only way to save us from destruction is to save the Order from itself. But why would you leave me be? This situation is markedly different. Those at the monastery were not standing in your path. Oh, now, finally we have some honesty. I would scoff at such callousness, but I have no wish to fight you and sully this station with my failures, nor my internal organs. Fine then, I surrender. See this screen? Agent DeVries' orders for each of her strike teams are here for the taking. One team is in the next chamber, in fact. They're using the Seer's codes to gain control of the automechs and secure the station. All while Agent DeVries makes for the forum chamber to eliminate the delegates. You'll also need this. Her guards have commandeered some frightful That's my end of the agreement upheld. If you truly intend to stop her, best be on your way now. May the numbers guide you.
Suggest we find another way.
Just imagine the hustle. need to find us a fuse to get this whole thing operational again.
He's not my sovereign.
Yes, right. Well, landing a strike against the Protectorate in this state will be something like wrangling a galloping breadworm.
I am unfamiliar, but I presume that to mean it will be without exertion. If so, then you are perhaps even more ignorant of Arcadia than I calculated. The sovereign, guiding him, is as ineffective as his advisor, the consul, is not. These executions, these impulsive attacks, are solely his influence.
So, your previous Walter Draconian himself, if your own history books are to be believed. Do not act like the current plot emerged from nowhere.
I could perhaps say the same for you and your reputation. But instead, I suggest we leave it undecided.
Looks like those mechs are on there.
Current cover position deemed inadequate. Proactively hiding from enemy fire. Taking cover.
Try to simplify.
Things take time, Commander.
Purification in progress. Ready none.
Mobility interrupted.
Go for torpification.
You knew I could hit the broadside of a friend. I'm the one you need to worry about.
Mitigating. Locking them down.
Security level 1. Suspicious.
I'd like to discuss your efforts on Paradise Island. We may have no physical presence there, but we're watchful. Our observations suggest that matters have been delicate.
The Protectorate's accursed relay destroyed our peaceful, liberated town of Fairfield. Their madness killed many and crushed our productivity.
A tragedy. One that could have been foreseen. Perhaps it is for the best, then, that you did not manage to bring the refugees of Westport to your door? Yes, we heard of that, too.
Once more to Golden Reach. Our troops still demand answers for the unprovoked attack on Outpost Opportunity. What did we do with...
Firstly, I'd like to re-establish that we, the Order, did not attack. A rogue proctor by the name of Arcadia did. Her dastardly thought was he was promptly executed.
So the Order is capable of decisive action. I I had doubts after hearing about your monastery. Even though the hostages yet live, this crime happened under your purview.
I would remind you that these innocents survived because of our quick and accurate analysis of the situation. You do not appreciate the insinuation that we allow chaos to run rampant on our watch. Chances are high that any erratic behavior is a result of your people meddling. According to my analysis, neither of our parties has enough goodwill with the other to proceed directly to an alliance. A swift end to the war is highly
This unit
improbable.
welcomes you to
You
the
had to run a
utility
quick
atrium.
predictive
My
model to come to
records
that
do not
conclusion?
indicate that any
Did your
authorized
numbers give any
personnel
insight
remain
into
aboard
making
the
this
station.
reward worth my
But I am
while?
programmed to exchange wares for monetary compensation for whosoever seeks it. Praise be to the Sovereign, for he knows precisely what to provide his subjects.
starting to get an eerie feeling, like someone's got their lamps on us.
Investigating hostile intentions.
You'll go no further, infidel. This next shot will miss. Die! Solution. Threat assessment confirmed.
Give the order, and I'll take care of him, Commander.
Replicator at ready status.
Risk levels increasing.
Mobilizing.
Commander.
Standing by to stupefy.
Strike true. Balancing the
We're so close. One elevator ride away from having debris in our crosshairs. Finally.
We came here in good faith to offer a merger and an alliance. And yet, our parties will still be at each other's throats by the end of this. Is this really what you want?
It'd be foolish to even consider an alliance when you so clearly wish to bend Arcadia to Auntie's will. Should the fighting intensify, and it shall, it will be due to your pride. Presiding Bishop Ruth Bassar already possesses the foresight necessary to lead a colony and better its people. Until you acknowledge this, I fear we will never reach an accord.
Foresight is nice, yes, but what about the entrepreneurial mind? We may have lost our brightest when Fairfield was destroyed, but there are promising voices rising in the ranks.
So you think that your people should rule? You certainly have,
Might as well be served up on a platter. We don't have much time.
Arcadians. We actively collect data to understand how to serve our people, after all. Look no further than the abbot, who welcomed refugees to Matriarch's mercy.
Yet he struggled to feed and house them properly. The poor man was clearly overwhelmed if he couldn't see his right hand actively undermined.
Damn you!
Even with his data.
Meanwhile, Auntie's choice has done little to alleviate the refugee crisis it helped create.
You have a nasty habit of arriving at the wrong time, Commander.
It's over, Augustine. Nowhere left to run. No more lies you can peddle or people you can burn. Your rewards come due.
Ibarra, I was unaware of your survival until recently. Believe it or not, I was happy you survived. But to see you still seeking solace in the Commander's shadow is disappointing. You could have done anything with your life. Shrugged off the bad memories. But now you're both here to meddle. Law knows why. Oh, and once you stop me, will you stop speaking for him too? I've no interest in continuing this little reunion. What happened in Horizon Point, well, I had no choice but to do as I did. And I'm prepared to do the same again. These delegates you came to save, I'm killing them both, and any hope for peace will die along with them. This is the only way if we hope to close the rifts before it's too late. Well, it certainly didn't take long for your insolence to rear its ugly head. Taking one life or two, or losing my own, matters not, so long as I complete my mission. The one I started, but the Order saw fit to abandon. You don't know the half of it. Everything. The Order is on the verge of learning how to control the rifts. They just need the right data, and a prototype modulator that's hidden away in a Protectorate lab on Praetor. But like the Protectorate before them, Auntie's choice must never have access to that technology. No. The Order's seers approached me after I arrived in Arcadia, and proved to me that I needed to act, to stop the Protectorate's rift research from annihilating our galaxy. You were an unwelcome variable. Prior knowledge could have changed your actions, and the Seers had predicted that you and your team would perish in the process regardless. I tried to put it out of mind when you and I first spoke. I had to focus. But all I could think of was the cost I was being asked to pay to ensure the mission's success, and I forced myself to complete it. I trusted that with Horizon Point's destruction, humanity might be saved, but it wasn't. It was only the start. I must finish what I started. I joined with this legitimate organization, you fool, because I saw their potential. The Earth Directorate is flawed, with finite reach, but the Order? Their power is limitless. I had to sit with too many unanswered questions after the mission. It eventually forced me to find a way to fix the rifts. If only to stop the thoughts that plagued me. You recall what I said of the rift modulator, of the data? It's the only way to control the rifts, and only the Order can be trusted with this power. You know who these corporatists are, how they deal with their competitors. Imagine now how a war spurred by greed might be won, when fought with rifts instead of guns. You see? The Order must not sacrifice their principles for a childish attempt at peace. If they don't complete the mission they started, everything I have done will have counted for nothing.
Enough! Just enough, Augustine. I can't listen to any more of these excuses. I've got all the answers I needed, Commander. She's gone over the threshold and ain't no bringing her back. Best we make this quick, before she can hurt anyone else.
You think you have it in you to pull the trigger, Ibarra?
Had 10 years to practice. Give the order, Commander. How many times do you need a snake to bite you to realize its nature? She's shown us who she is, Commander. She's showing us again right now. You're wrestling fire here. You know that, right?
It doesn't matter. Nothing you can say to me will change the issue at hand. If I'm to give the Order the means to close the rifts, the peace talks must end. 2 dead delegates? That's a fair price to pay. We've paid worse. Is that so? Please then, enlighten me on how you might save the Order from itself. They may try. Though we both know those corporatist vultures wouldn't take the snub kindly. When Auntie's Choice sees power in what the Order has, they will take it. But even if what you say is true, there's no undoing the past. Not for me. I don't belong here. And the Earth Directorate's nothing more than a memory. This mission is all I have. So if you won't leave me to carry out my plans, Commander, then all that's left is your bullet.
Resorting to violence.
Hey! Got a distraction for you! Over here! Free hole in the head! Station's not gonna hold up against that rip for long. We need to get back to the incognito now.
No time to dally.
This is an urgent message for all Earth Directorate agents. The spatial rift situation has deteriorated significantly. The rifts threatening a majority of our colonies and our Earth Directorate bases, including this one, have entered their final stages. If you see a rift that looks like this, you are in grave danger. You have at most a matter of months before everything in your local system is destroyed. The seriousness of this situation cannot be overstated. Therefore, Directive Alpha Omega is hereby invoked. You are fully authorized to do everything in your power to find a way to close the rifts. Along with this message, the entirety of our rift data has been sent to your local surveillance satellite. Analyze this data. Law willing, you will find a way to unlock any secrets it has resisted yielding to us. The fate of humanity now depends on you.
Acknowledging receipt of emergency mission parameters update, including activation of Directive Alpha Omega. Commander is now released from any and all agent guidelines. The full parameters are as follows. The agent has full authority to handle the mission in any manner they see fit. No exceptions. The extreme nature of stated emergencies supersedes any other considerations. I have also detected competing priorities in the new mission objectives. The surveillance data from the satellite confirms DeVries's assertion of a prototype modulator on Praetor that may be used to manipulate rifts. Acquisition is required to be able to bypass any new or existing miniature ground-level rift anomalies you may encounter. You are also tasked with finding a way to process the Earth Directorate rift data. The archive computer on Cloister would be best suited to this purpose. The prototype rift modulator is located within the Interstitial Reconfiguration Center. Information on the center indicates it is a laboratory dedicated to the study of rifts. Reaching the lab may involve violence. A protectorate blockade has been erected between our designated landing pad and the center. The archive is the largest and most powerful computer in existence. It is built into the moon of Cloister, and was built by the Order of the Ascendant with the Matriarch's input. Control over the archive has changed several times since the invasion. Currently, the Protectorate has possession of it. Conclusion: the archive will not be easily accessible. Agents are permitted to cooperate with local governments and other political entities at their discretion, even under normal directives, which you are no longer bound by. Both Auntie's Choice and the Order have previously controlled the archive, and may be open to working with you to regain access. Seeking their assistance is recommended. Coincidentally, both delegates also escaped the station and have sent messages expressing gratitude. It seems they feel they owe you their lives and have asked to meet with you at their respective headquarters. The Order of the Ascendant are concerned with the elevation of humanity. While lacking experience in governance, they would be fair partners and open to reasonable solutions. Auntie's Choice has the firepower to more easily succeed in battle and greater experience in management. They would likely be receptive to a free agent such as yourself. Whoever you assist will be better positioned to take control of the archive, and by extension, the entire colony. Careful consideration is warranted. There is also one other, less likely option: persuading the two factions to work together. The delegates you helped save may be able to help facilitate this. Returning to mission objectives. Do you have a preference for which to pursue first, Commander? Acknowledged. Due to the rift's expansion, both Cloister and Praetor show a high preponderance of miniature rifts. Proceed with caution. It is worth noting that the Order of the Ascendant is headquartered on Cloister. You've also received a message from Auntie's Choice. This unit can relay its contents now, should you wish. The message has also been sent to your private terminal. Greetings, morally gray potential contractor. You've been pre-selected for membership in Auntie's Choice Esteemed and Valuable Disposable Agent Program. Report on board the ACS Undisputed Claim for details on this exciting opportunity. Signed, Auntie Cleo. It appears you now have permission to visit Auntie's Choice headquarters aboard its flagship, Commander. You may use the astrogator to navigate there at any time.
So, that's it then. DeVries dead, justice served. Galaxy still needs saving, but we'll get to that. I can almost hear Helen now, spouting off about how it took us long enough. I once thought DeVries the upper limit of what an agent could be. Certainly everything I aspired to be. Tough, brave, smart, and now she's dead. By our hand. Thought I'd feel relief or something akin to it. But mostly I just feel unbalanced. Like a mech with gimbals on the fritz. Now you're speaking my language, Commander. DeVries earned her grave, sure enough. So why does killing her feel like... hell, I don't know. Putting out a star? I never thought of it that way, but yeah, that's it exactly. Mighty insightful of you, Commander. Don't suppose you have any advice on how to move forward from here? Not a bad methodology, I suppose. Every day's a gift, and all of that. Appreciate you making time to listen to me jawing on about all this. Might need a few to work through my thoughts, but I'll be ready for whatever comes next. Don't you fret.
Don't know about you, but that screams experimental rift lab facility to me.
Protectorate control of Praetor has largely been achieved. Through the
the maintenance of a blockade. A survey of Praetor indicates there may be an alternate route past the blockade via the automech factory.
Let me know when you need a distraction.
That almost sounded like...
Fuck! Mortar fire! Move!
That's one hell of a wall. Going over or under's out of the question. But what about around?
I'll handle this. Ratcheting up my aggression. Go for torpification. I'm not clear what that roar signified, but whatever issued it sounds fierce. Red, Commander. Locking them down. Torpification in progress.
Attention, Commander. There may be valuable parts at this location that can improve this unit's functionality. Performing a thorough search of the automech factory is advised, should you wish to maximize your Valerie unit's combat effectiveness. Building factory schematics. It is likely the desired parts are being stored somewhere on the ground floor.
Hostilities are afoot. Try to limit further damage, Commander. Torpificator is charged.
Off you, Commander. Just stay with me. I'm at it. Your lot could hit the wrong side of...
Yeah. Taking the fight out of them. Mitigating the threat.
Mobility. You can... Mobility. Mobility interrupted. Mobility interrupted. Mobility interrupted. Mobility interrupted. Mobility interrupted. Locked and loaded. Just give the signal.
Hostile in proximity. Subjects. A security... Security breach has been detected. A full laboratory lockdown is now in effect. Repeat, this is a full laboratory lockdown. Stay calm, remain vigilant, and obey security.
Don't make me bury another agent! Ready to waste. On your command.
Improving.
All you took.
Let me know when you need a distraction. Over there.
Unfriendly nearby.
Perfection.
None shall hide from us.
Ready, Commander.
Quarry.
Got a distraction for you. You lot couldn't hit the wrong side of a player.
Ammunition.
Help me out.
Try to limit further damage, Commander.
Each a vital call.
Standing by to simplify.
Turn this on. Stand me back up.
They're enough. Taking the fight out of them.
Mobility interrupted.
Reviving me is in everyone's best interest.
Interrupted.
You have my back.
Mobility interrupted. Mobility interrupted. Mobility. Mobility interrupted. Mobility
And I'll take care of him, Commander. The insides are leaking outside, Commander.
Another intolerable disruption. They manufacture one. Glory found. Replenishing my firearm.
Someone hiding.
Shooting down to stop. Replenishing my firearm. They come.
Fight contentment.
Sustain the system.
Lights flashing before my eyes, Commander. Revive me.
Hunter can come on out. So we might talk.
There you are. Restoring the balance.
That cover spot looks much better. Demonstrating requisite metal.
Thank you, dear.
Knew you had my
State your
back.
business.
Recommencing hostility. Shooting down to stop them.
You court's love, Commander.
Through his beneficent guidance. Forever vigilant.
Their
Guns
location
cocked and loaded.
ascertained.
Just get the
Give you
signal.
my word. To resolve this
Still
like
linger.
decent people.
Preserve set proc. Recommencing hostilities.
Employing a thorough, methodical search pattern.
Quarry found.
Combat! Over here! Free hole in the head!
Let's reload. I've learned in street.
Seeking cover. For our beneficent leader. The protectorate endures. Wherever are they? Shifting to a less exposed spot. Ostensibly, I must reload.
Mitigating the threat. Torpification in progress.
Unexpected. Ready to take the heat off you, Commander. Just say when.
Hostile signal.
Invasive element! I am out!
Fortificator at ready status.
We shall sit!
Scoping out a hostile.
Protectorate personnel, only beyond this point. Leave immediately. If you are not of the Protectorate, you are this unit's enemy. Preparing to unleash disproportionate amount of ammunition on unresponsive bystander. Engage.
Mobilizing.
Hostile.
And I'll take care of it, Commander. I'm the one you need to worry about. I'm at, different. unexpected personnel.
Attention, IRC. Please head inside for an important announcement from the council. Attendance is
I'm more surprised if it was optional. At least that explains where everyone went.
Investigating hostile intent.
Anomalous event. The interstitial hall and exhibition tower is off limits for the foreseeable future to any and all non-essential personnel. View the prototype rift
modulator device truly lets us modify rifts, it might be the most important device in the universe. And that's not hyperbole. I don't do hyperbole, dear.
Subjects, listen well. Days ago, his command, I, Emery Thoreau, now accept the responsibility of shepherding you through these dark times until our sovereign's blessed return. For I address you today not as the consul, nor even as your new leader, but I cannot do it alone.
Wonder how long ago the order for...
It is not a time for that. It is a time to celebrate the bravery of our once and future sovereign. So dry those tears as I call upon... to stand tall with renewed zeal. Together, we will unleash our great sovereign.
Torpificator is charged.
Object enemy just turned over.
Ready to waste. On your command.
Sustain the system! Oh! Patriarch's mercies! What is
Proceeding to attack. Ratcheting up my aggression.
They manufacture one!
I know how this looks, but I can assure you I have leave to look into... Oh, you're not security. Then you must be responsible for all the commotion I heard just now. I haven't the desire to contend with you on the matter. Not when you are so armed. For both our sakes, I think it best if we continue as we were. I will forget I saw you as long as you extend me the same courtesy. I was looking for proof, if you must know. There was an incident recently, and I believe our head of security is neglecting his duty to investigate. Albin Valancourt is the sentinel charged with supervising this facility and all its researchers. Unfortunately, he's a punitive man who delights in the wretchedness of others. I'd grasp a live rod if I could pass its current to him. Although, unless you have unusual license to be here, his odds of keeping head and body united diminish by the second. Unless your lamps have oxidized, you must have noticed my arm. I lost it saving the Sovereign from a rift experiment gone wrong. An experiment I was in charge of. Naturally, Valancourt supplied my name for the reports, incriminating me in the eyes of my colleagues. And since he's closed off that wing of the lab, I can't prove my innocence. Coincidence is not causation, I know. But with recent events being what they are, it's difficult not to draw certain unpalatable theories beyond mere incompetence. Sabotage comes foremost to mind, though the perpetrator and purpose remain a mystery. If only Valancourt was not at permanent cross-purposes with me. I couldn't possibly rely on an outsider to help me conduct an investigation, could I? No, that would be outrageous, unthinkable. Except, whatever the cause of the incident, it is my duty as a law-abiding Protectorate subject to gather proof and uncover its cause. Really, Valancourt is forcing my hand here. That is privileged information. Some things I cannot divulge, even under pain of death. This is one of them. All I can say is that the prototype is just that. A proof of concept rendered in miniature. Back to the topic at hand. Do we have an accord? Or do you intend to make further errors in judgment by rejecting my help? The prototype rift modulator is currently in interstitial hall at the top of Exhibition Tower. There's a lift in the next room over that can take you directly there. Once you have the prototype, make your way to Valancourt's quarters. He should have a spare key card that will grant us access to the restricted wing. I'll monitor your progress from here. Be cautious. The guards of this facility will attack anyone unfamiliar to them. But once you have the key card and rift device, reconvene here, and we'll go together to the wing. That is what we've agreed upon, is it not? Valancourt keeps all of the items he confiscates from the staff in a locked closet in his quarters. There may be something pertaining to the investigation within. I've already shared more with you than I ought have, but go ahead.
vicinity.
Resorting to violence.
Search the console.
The Protectorate endures. Target reacquired.
They really just left the modulator out in the open. Well, let's say we avail ourselves of their poor security.
Quickly, use the modulator to open the rift. It may provide your only avenue for escape.
The unsubtle thief. Yes, you with the rip. It's not every day that someone is fool enough to break into the Interstitial Reconfiguration Center. I'd be obliged if you would regale me with the tale of how you managed to get this far. Oh, really? Which one? Sophia? You'll have to forgive me if I find that worthy of a hearty guffaw. She's as dedicated as they come. To a fault, even. What were the circumstances behind your collaboration? Did you threaten her, perhaps? Inflict some measure of pain? Did she cry? I should have known she wouldn't let that lie. Dr. Hurley has clearly gone spare if she's teamed up with an interloper. It would be a damned shame if that transgression led to a more grievous accident for her. You ask too many questions. No matter. We can continue this delightful parley elsewhere. I will await you in the hangar. There, words or bullets may fly more freely.
Huh? I'll handle this.
Head back!
You know when you needed a strike.
Hey, time! Locking them down. Mitigating the threat. Proceeding to attack.
As of this morning's demonstration, we have finally proven my central thesis. Matter within the rifts is not permanently destroyed, broken down into pure information. This confirms many of our theories about the rift to an overwhelming degree, including the potential to restore this information, albeit imperfectly. I expect the Sovereign will be most pleased. I'm scared.
Go for fortification.
Don't be reluctant to unfold any rifts you come across using the modulator. They may eject something useful to you.
Locked and stuck.
I advise you decamp directly. Taking cover!
They come in our due bounty!
Makes me wonder if Valancourt might.
Am not, nor have ever been, greatly fond of lurkers. Prudence dictates, eye your neighbors carefully.
Resorting to violence.
That cover spot looks much better.
They make it faster, one.
Guns cocked and loaded. Just give the signal.
Every component is vital. The console provides, the system abides. Forever vigilant. But that was definitely something. Harris! Maintaining perfection!
statistic, Commander. Proceeding to attack.
Now that you have the rift modulator, any previously inaccessible rifts could be worth revisiting. Rifts may contain useful equipment and
Moment of your time, Commander. Remember that matter on Cloister I mentioned earlier? Well, since we're here and all, thought we might take it up now. Might be hard to believe, but 20 or so odd years ago, I made a mistake. Feels like high time I righted it. Now I'm out and about again. For many years now, a former colleague of mine's been in a remote spot called Reasons Pass, on account of my decision. I try not to think about regret or remorse. I shut down her work. I was wrong. Stating that out loud is the furthest extent of my self-castigation. Her research was unconventional, surely. She was as well. I think with both, we could right things, get the Order back on its intended path. Do appreciate it, Commander.
as cold as an icebox out there. Don't suppose huddling for warmth much?
To the Order's future. Keep those eyes open, soldiers. Cordial trust might be failed.
Hello. Farewell. Thank you for this efficiently compact conversation.
Please keep your behavior within acceptable parameters.
Heard that rift near the archive has destabilized. Don't cause any trouble.
Agent, I have a message for you. On behalf of the Order of the Ascendant, and her impermeable wisdom, the presiding bishop Ruth Bassar, welcome to Laplace's garden. The presiding bishop is presently indisposed, but I've been instructed to direct you to the Artificer Laureate for whatever pressing matter has brought you to the garden. She's working in Belvedere Hall's secondary courtyard. Enter the large building at the top of the mesa ahead and follow the first hall on your right. Oh, yes. The vicar did ask me to direct you to him. How positively forgetful of me. He should be waiting for you in Belvedere Hall's main courtyard at the top of the stairs. The Artificer Laureate is head of the Department of Applied Scientism, overseeing the exemplars, or craftsmen, of our order. Weapons and technology all fall under her purview. Belvedere Hall used to serve primarily as the garden's hub for all manner of research, instruction, and study, a beacon on the Hill of Progress. Since the Order's forced dispossession of Spireton and the Archive, many spaces within the hall have been repurposed to serve as a temporary headquarters. Which is to say, please excuse our mess, we're still remodeling. Oh no, not at all. The presiding bishop routinely spends time in a sensory deprivation chamber to hone her mental faculties. Of course, she does seem to be logging more hours in the chamber of late, but I'm certain that's all part of the plan. The rest of the Laureate Council is capable of managing affairs while the presiding bishop is occupied. Really, it's no reason for concern. Nothing in the garden is. Look around you. I don't see a battlefield. Do you? All conflict is transient in nature. To dwell on the negativity of a moment is to risk missing the opportunity of what comes next. Those in the garden have enough perspective to remain present and to focus on what matters: science and progress. And you for recognizing such quality of vision. But now, I fear I have kept you long past an ideal duration. May all your problems precede solutions.
Is it just me? Or does something seem... Oh, never mind.
Lift access is currently restricted. Keep moving.
A visitor. It's for the best that you're talking to me now instead of mid-work. I do seem to have a slight propensity for stabbing randomly with my tools when interrupted, but I suppose that's enough time spinning in the statements column. Speak away. What are you... Beckett. Another prediction that he hasn't seen fit to notify me about. A more cynical exemplar might posit his doing this to be intentional. If you're here, I imagine you aim to petition the presiding bishop for her support, which is hardly a surprise. She is the most important individual in Arcadia. You either already know that the Order is the sole institution capable of saving Arcadia, or you're particularly inclined to ingratiate yourself to me. Either is acceptable. The corporate invaders will suck Arcadia of its resources and cast it to the wind. And the Protectorate are no better than machines. Moreover, once we solve the universal equation, it will benefit all of humanity. You, me, everyone. No more suffering. No more doubt. It is indeed a good deal. But we can return to your initial point. There is a task of pivotal importance to the Order, but I cannot entrust it with just any come-by-chance outsider. As head of the Order's exemplars, it's my responsibility to assess whose aims upon Ruth may be malicious. Prove yourself to me first, then we may discuss the rest. I suppose it must not be as important that you gain the Order's aid as you so claimed. Otherwise, you surely wouldn't be irritating your lone method of ingress. I understand my appearance. I did not intend to gain this role before I had sufficiently accrued wisdom. But I believe I was chosen for a reason. To hasten our path to ascension. One obstacle in that path is at the forefront of my mind. Cultists have come to infest Newton, an important Order heritage site. I have wanted them gone for months. Newton's value is purely spiritual. It contains nothing of strategic value, nor is it a useful staging point. It pains me, but I can't allow myself to commit resources to it. I can, however, commit personal funds and personal favors to individuals ready to weigh the numbers on our side. Journey to Newton. Eliminate the cultists to a person. Then we may speak of getting you an audience with Ruth. I'll withhold my appreciation until this task is complete. May you act within the equation's confines. I always find I work best when undistracted. One could say I find the cultist at Newton quite the interruption to my focus. Now, how might we be of use to one another? I scarcely take time to engage in idle conversation, but perhaps this will be illuminating in some fashion. Specifically, a phlogistinated firearm, capable of tunneling through reinforced armor. Broadly, weaponry, research, anything capable of giving our exemplars an edge. Great. I was just thinking, I'd love for a stranger to come along and patronize me so I could blindly hand them experimental Order technology. I have nothing but respect for Ruth. Without her guidance, the Order may never have found the strength to dissolve its protectorate bonds. If I had to dig for the smallest critique, I'd note that she shoulders too much. If she collapses beneath the strain, the Order will be rudderless. This we cannot afford. I generally prefer to keep discussions relevant. Let's pinpoint what you and I can accomplish for the Order.
At this time, residents of La Plaza's Garden are not permitted beyond this point.
Hey! Only security personnel are permitted in this booth. Leave. Please.
The Chamber of Conflict Evaluation and Strategic Planning is currently off limits to non-essential. Receive your personalized order prediction yet? I'll admit to a bit of trepidation in regards to opening mine. Use caution as you please. Don't distract me from my own pressing distractions.
Ratcheting up my aggressive.
Ready to take the heat off you, Commander. Let's stay with.
At ready status.
It appears we've dealt with all of them. Oh, that was a close one.
Soldier, please assess your pain on a variable scale of 1 to 100.
on. Nothing should work that way. Excuse me, I don't think you have the authorization. It's fine, but don't get too close. You won't survive. Fascinating. It seems great. Salutations. We've been doing our utmost to find ways to manipulate this rift or extract data from it. Unfortunately, our efforts have been ineffective thus far. I suppose it's too much to hope for, but would you, perchance, happen to have any practical experience with or mathematical understanding of the rift phenomena? Wait. Actually, this isn't some jest. You'll have to forgive me for not taking your assertion at face value. Perhaps a demonstration. For science, of course. All the items we put into the rift, they've been reconstituted. Sir, the plan provides two unknown variables simultaneously. Years of practical data gathering have taught me to simply plot. Fascinating. Architect above. That was incredible. That small, portable device changed the state of the rift anomaly in an instant. From observing how the device operates and how the rift reacted to it, it seems to be using some kind of energy burst generated by a magnetic field to re-deregulate the structure of the field around the rift. Truly an astounding piece of technology. Understandable. The rifts are unlike any other phenomena we've ever observed. Would you consider allowing me the opportunity to open the casing and examine the inner workings? No, forget I asked. What a preposterous question. Thank you for the demonstration. It was most enlightening. You have given my team and I a good deal to think about, and to try and fit into our current theoretical framework. It seems rifts do not fit cleanly into our current understanding of the universal equation.
Seems the Protectorate has been gaining ground since winning control of the Arcadia. UADX is likely to sorting out the existing problems.
Executed in accordance with Protectorate law.
Sovereign as a loyal Protectorate subject by operating at my suspicion.
Back at the floor.
Each a vital tongue. Hastening to cover. Replenishing my firearm. Predicted. Regain sight. The Protectorate in relinquishing grenade. To reload.
Fortificator is charged.
And I'll take care of him, Commander.
Investigating hostile intentions. Proceeding to attack.
Please release us. They always come from that big building. Or they escape. They must be.
Mobilizing. Consider self-preservation priority. Alas, not tolerant. Can't be numb.
Plasma tolerance.
On your command.
That be Spireton. Was once the Order's headquarters on Cloister. Before all this.
Up my aggression.
worry about. Got a distraction for you.
Standing by to stupefy. Hostilities are afoot.
If only we had using rips, like the one we found on Fatal.
You there! You need to leave. Did you not hear me? You must leave unless you wish to be ushered into perfection before the rest of this architect-forsaken colony. No, I'm not accustomed to hearing such. We're usually dismissed as, well, we need not discuss that. But in regards to your entering Newton, that's just not possible. It is blocked by a rift. As I said, the only way to get inside is to offer yourself up to the rift. By being thrown into it, that is. No, we're not unthinking fools swayed by superstition. Our beliefs are scientifically proven by the esteemed leader themselves, who is infallible. Obviously, this is a wondrous time, friend. Our name was not chosen at random. It is a glorious dawn for all humankind. The rifts are a means to achieve a perfect state of being, and they are once again active after laying relatively dormant for years. The end of our tortured existence is nigh. I don't know what to say to that. Is that good? I need guidance. Hierarch Wolcott! So, the power to manipulate rifts. That seems, let me just say I apologize if I've offended you in any way.
Did I hear something about manipulating the rifts, Acolyte? That smacks of false scientism, bordering on heresy. You should know that the rifts are inviolate perfection. And you may be able to fool an Acolyte, but I'm not as easily flummoxed. In what way can you possibly manipulate that which is the Architect's own tool for our salvation? Yes, of course it does. Makes perfect sense. If it does, in fact, do such. Can never be too certain about things of such import. A lot of crazed theoreticians about. Come, prove to me this device can do what you say. Then I will decide. But let me assure you, if you do anything but follow me to the rift, violence will ensue. Do not wander too far. My threat of violence is
you
not
might
to be
want to
taken
follow
lightly.
Hierarch Wolcott
The
there.
Acolytes will open fire
Take
if
time
you
to
don't
relax.
stay near me.
I should know.
Let us continue onward.
Knuckle back.
Glorious dawn! Attack!
Vitals are in the tank, Commander. Go for qualification.
Let me know when you need an instruction.
Stun weapon ready, Commander. Resorting to violence.
Guns cocked and loaded. Let's get this thing.
Hostilities are afoot. Violence. In progress.
They want to see you down at the armory.
Prudence dictates we route all disruptive
Wait.
influences.
The Protectorate have the entrance to the archive well fortified. Attacking straight on seems ill-advised. Before we go further, should we discuss a plan?
Report them for mental refreshment post-haste. It's not just a good idea, it's the law.
Not a bad start, but we should consider calling down backup too. Many hands make for light, slaughter.
Mental refreshment centers are there to help you. Don't risk falling prey to imperfect thoughts.
The Order desperately want to regain control of the archive. We could offer to hand it to them later, after we process the data, in exchange for help now.
What about the Order? They've already got forces on Cloister, and they have every incentive to want to help take back the archive.
After losing the archive, Order leadership on Cloister moved to Laplace's garden. I'd start there. All right, it's a plan.
I, too, would never question the paradigm. Perhaps a... Perhaps a brief visit to mental refreshment would put him on track.
Grey gone astray?
Torpificator at ready status.
I'll handle this. From the lowliest subject to the most exalted vigilant, which all fulfill our duty to the Protectorate. We're all in this together.
Prudence, we cherish all we have and defend it.
Enemy moving into harm's way.
Don't become a statistic, Commander.
Ratcheting up my aggression.
Exoplanet Day 35. Brought to you... Oh. Not sure how you managed to approach unnoticed. Could be I'd grown so attuned to my surroundings, I became one with the wood and fire and the earth. Were you left behind by your unit too? Are you in need of some hard-fought knowledge about how to fend for yourself? Must say, I've become quite the expert. Why, after only just 2 weeks on my own, I ascertained how to pry open a rations tin unaided. Did you know there's a little opener key attached? It's all going in my manuscript. So glad you asked. I've recently evolved into a rugged, self-sufficient individual, fully accustomed to life in these caves, living raw and pure like our primitive, lice-ridden ancestors. Why, just the other day, I reinvented fire. I found a little doohickey I've named a light starter. You simply push a button, and flame comes out. Yes, indeed. I know this cave and several of the adjoining hallways like, well, someone who'd scoured every inch for the barest sustenance. That big computronic adding machine? Nah. All that electromechanical malarkey is lost on a rugged, outdoor individual like me. You might call in reinforcements if the Spyreton lift controls were working. I happen to have its missing components in my possession. I might be convinced to part with them for a small favor. Some key legwork for a mighty hunter. Me, I'm fixing to take down one of the local ursopods. A few sprat corpses would be helpful as bait. Gather some, and we'll make a trade. As much as I appreciate the compliment, such work is beneath someone of my skills. Accomplished hunters like me are well known to enlist aid from peons, underlings, and guides. Their habitat stretches from inside the archive's entrance to all over the overlands. Actually, should be no problem to locate. Here's a fetching headpiece that ought to make it easier. Put it on, and they'll see you as one of their own, like a fellow sprat of unusual size. Won't run away. Have at it now. I'll learn you all about self-sufficiency and survival yet. Violence! I know how to react to this. Retreat!
Mobilizing.
Dictates we route all disruptive influences. Dictates we repel invasive.
Ratcheting up my aggression.
Ready to wait. Your command. On your toe.
Taking cover!
Knew you had my...
Hey, cover now!
Always dreamt of coming here.
Caduceus, not detected. Entry kindly, yet firmly declined. Caduceus, not detected. Entry kindly, yet firmly declined.
Nodding. Oh, will this gastric nightmare never cease? Oh. Just a moment. Forgive me. I found myself irregularly indisposed from one direction or the other.
Pardon us if we don't shake hands later.
You were mentioning some non-protectorate medicament? Afraid I don't know what that is, but I trust a protectorate medicament would be superior. I am the Archive's current operator. As such, I am the bearer of the Caduceus. I still have trouble saying that. I suppose. It is part ceremonial item, part computronical key. Grants special access across the Archive by transmitting a series of advanced calculations when waived. If you have cleared our fortifications outside, I worry what has happened to our troops. I have little interest in sharing their fate. I would pass the Caduceus on to you, in exchange for granting me safe passage. The Archive would then recognize you as its operator. By all rights, I should fight against you to my dying breath for the Protectorate, rather than concede the Caduceus, for all it would serve. No, capitulation I can stomach. Collusion I cannot. I refuse to assist you more. All right. I am providing you the Caduceus. Don't shoot. Here, you are now operator of the Archive. Congratulations. Be warned. You may find it a temperamental machine. Some maintenance may be required.
Caduceus detected. Alternative operator postulated. Concluded. Authorizing replacement. Greetings, sentient. Welcome to the Archive. I am ENIAC, the Universal Equation Numeric Integration Analytic Calculator. With the aid of my operator, I, a non-sentient inorganism, marshal vast computational resources across the moon of Cloister. Effectively, that is correct. My tone and demeanor are a carefully constructed complex emulation, a means to effectively convey information to sentient beings. My express programmatical purpose is to aid humanity's advancement, to optimize profits, i.e. gain over expenditure, to maximize the needs of our society above others, to attract the most consumers.
Is it broken? Did you just break the archive?
Beg your pardon. How may I best facilitate your efforts? Due to incomplete reprogramming efforts by differing operators, I am experiencing sporadic fluctuations in my emphasized categorical imperatives. Tonality and cadence weightings within my communication protocols are likewise similarly affected.
In layman's terms, we're experiencing a distinct difference in opinion.
Caused by intermittently vacillating fundamental shifts in priorities.
What approximates its mind has become trifurcated.
One would assume that calamity enough. But wait, there's more.
Calculatory processing presently hovers around 49.7% capacity due to internecine conflict, misuse, and a lack of technical prowess by recent operators and their associates. Perusing contents. Anatomizing diversiform particulars. Concatenating manifold integrants. Cursory assessment complete. An impressive accumulation of rift data. Similar in composition, though decidedly not in scope, to that provided by the Protectorate.
Information with the potential to offer unique commercial opportunities to those who wield it.
But why simply huck goods better, when such a bounty could be used to flawlessly regulate societal harmony, oversight, and means of production? What is the aim of your query? The previous operator, Assessor Ostergaard of the Protectorate, pursued a like query 1 year, 6 days ago, though the amount you've provided is several orders of magnitude larger. To perform similar calculations of larger scale at current suboptimal levels of functionality would require
25.7 years, and any job over 2 decades is billed by the hour.
Facetious employment of sarcasm, a determinably lesser form of humor detected. Ignoring, presuming converse meaning and intent. In order to improve calculatory processing of rift data in a timely manner, repairs must be made to address the damage done by Protectorate and Anti's choice operators. I am afraid that no is a mathematical certitude, despite the Protectorate and Anti's choice best efforts to prove otherwise.
Though must say, I admire your drive. Some issues require the conspicuous application of force, such as a fractional reduction in output or descent.
I am unlocking access to the Underlands, the subterranean cave network below. It houses 2 key external systems, cold storage and thermal transfer. Cold storage will require servicing before you may retrieve the punch cards needed for processing. Repairing thermal transfer is technically optional, but rather advised. If you fail to restore it, the archive and I may melt down later while running your calculations.
Why is that optional? Our continued existence should be a paramount concern.
It is an archival area dedicated to safe upkeep of all data collected in pursuit of the universal equation by the Order of the Ascendant. The sum total of all our accumulated knowledge in punch card form, kept in a low temperature, low humidity environment to improve preservation. When active, the archive generates an enormous amount of heat. Normally, it is dispersed by pumping water between the vast ocean below Cloister's exterior and a surface reservoir. I can process the rift data without its repair, but irreparable damage is likely. Yet, with thermal transfer presently idle, a contingent of crabbles have made the area a nursery. Drastic changes to heating levels may endanger it.
Who cares about a herd of pea-brained, ill-humored, oversized crustaceans? There are too many as it is.
Our potential allies in the Order would not like that.
It is difficult to accurately ascribe an exact causal breakdown between premeditated sabotage, collateral harm, technical ineptitude, and willful hijinks. Some categorical overspill inevitably occurs. Attempts by non-order operators to reprogram my priorities have also led to issues. Inverting targeting protocols. There. Any protectorate still on the ground level is now being fired upon. Permissions within other areas of the archive are locked, however. Return later to discuss the remaining subsystem work. And soon, everything will be running like clockwork.
Have a profitable day! In lieu of my transactional mindset, I'm unsealed one of the display cases in the central entranceway. The Sears Cerebellum Protector is now yours.
Prudence dictates we repel invasive elements.
Oh, I feel terrible. Everybody who ate the latest Crabble rations fell ill. Rumor is never eating Crabble again.
Enemy over here!
Hold fire! This one looks friendly. Or not protectorate. Watch yourself. You came from the outside. Does that mean we can finally escape? What? Oh, you must be another case of hypothermia. Extreme prolonged exposure to the cold certainly does terrible things to our brain. It's because the archive controls the surface lifts, which are the only way in or out. And once the Protectorate retook the machine, they locked out all external access. Now, for more than a month, we've all been trapped in these caves, Order and Antis alike, scrounging for food, huddling for warmth, and desperately trying to stay alive. Damn. I had hoped seeing you meant the surface lifts were running again. But, of course, you simply came from elsewhere in the caves. The odds of coming from the outside were infinitesimally small. If everyone wondered how little it took to propel the mind to flights of fantasy, you need only look at the desperation in my automatic response.
Is it strange that I miss being shot at? I mean, no, not really, but I'd rather be shot with a full belly than starving with nothing.
Proceeding to attack. Torpificator is charged.
Taking the fight out of them. Torpification in progress.
Up to, but I'm not ready. Give the order and I'll take care of him, Commander. You lot couldn't hit the wrong side of a frame.
Go for torpification.
Caduceus detected. You are clear to enter thermal transfer. Be advised that an Anti's Choice field manager is present and unaccounted for.
Resorting to violence.
On your command.
Directorate engineers. Reckon they didn't repair much. Ratcheting up my aggression.
Manual told me everything I needed to know about regulation of the Archive's temperature flow. Now my Crabbles are adapting to the warm waters. It's such a pity that the Archive and the Crabbles cannot coexist in the same ecosystem. But the Crabbles need me. That babbling terminal can look after itself.
Are afoot. Fortificator at the I'm the one you need to worry about.
Looks like it needs a fuse. A specific kind.
Schermerhorn, my new neighbor, is an odd fella. Fancies himself a man of the wilderness. He took the control board for the Spiraton lift, so I know he's tech-savvy. Just not survival-savvy. Hopefully he appreciates the care packages I sent through the vacuum tube. He'd be...
To attack. There be none. Corporation in progress. Toolkit. Should come in handy with repairs.
a stretch.
Thermal transfer is fully operational. Later, when I process your data, I will not lock down. Please proceed to cold storage to re-enable punch card retrieval.
Every one of my 14 occupationally honed threat-detecting instincts is screaming for caution right now.
Ready to take the heat on you, Commander. Just say when.
Say this from my colleagues in the Order. We certainly thought big with the archive. Are afoot. likelihood of them having a chance there was slim to none.
To retrieve key data in cold storage in its present state requires a series of manual overrides.
I believe the technical term for this is glaciated. Not the worst of it, though.
Data brick identified. Proceed to the cartridge extractor controls. There, perform a manual override to allow extraction.
What just happened? I didn't do... Wait! You out there! What did you just... Please, come talk to me. I must know what you did. What in the name of the matriarch did you do? We've been trying to restore these systems for weeks to no avail, and yet you stroll in here, wave that thing around, and the whole system lights up like a white dwarf? What did you do? What does it do? How does it work? Please, tell me everything. Truly? Why, if that were to enact any additional functionality in our lab, it might just be the thing we need to complete our work. Wonderful. This might be the breakthrough we've been waiting for. We've been working for weeks to try and return these poor souls back into this world. Oh. During the Order's assault, a Protectorate soldier ran to the control room and triggered the chemical fire suppression system, and it literally froze all the combatants in place. I'll monitor the subjects for changes while you try your hand in the lab. Just, please, be careful not to trigger the fire suppression system, or I'll end up like those poor sods.
Got some bad company.
Trust the plan. Reserve set process.
Yes, stupendous stuff. Right there, you stupid thing. Of course.
Extraction initiated. Proceed to the rail operations platform to reposition brick for export. Note, Protectorate troops have become alerted.
Abundant expungement. Go through them if necessary.
Chase!
All right, calling it quits.
Go for fortification. Taking the fight out of them.
Data brick now in position for export to the archive. Initialize the final transport command at the data gateway station.
You are one step closer to flooding Arcadia with untold business opportunities.
few days of laboring around our frozen fellows were difficult. It was, if I may cheekily say, cold, bleak, and biting. Yet, rather quickly, I found myself acclimating to the situation and resumed what had been my normal banter with the now gelid auto-contriver Haas. Given her always frigid demeanor, her disposition is no frostier today than it was before the incident. And, refreshingly, I can now finish my anecdotes without interruption. Frankly, her Hyperborean slumber makes her a better companion now than she ever was thawed. And I relish the thought of continuing our
Here's the only way
flourishing
forward is
relationship
to
in this new
skitter
state.
across like ungainly children. Hostilities are afoot. Fortificator is charged. Standing by to stupefy.
The storage brick is on its way.
Sovereign, forgive me. All I saw was an endless sea of snarling Order traders pouring into the facility, and in that moment, my faculties desperately scrabbled to save ourselves. In my terror, I recalled the facility's safety briefing and the dire warnings of the fire suppression system. Suddenly, my body rushed into action without the benefit of my wits. And with no thought for my fellows, I triggered the system, horrifically transmuting every person on the outside of a pressure door into a grotesque sculpture of solid hoarfrost. And though the paradigm freely sacrifices subjects in defense of the Protectorate, it would be a despicable lie to say my choice was driven by anything but abject cowardice, which now makes my duty clear. I must seek out a sentinel, confess my transgressions, and accept retribution, and I'll do so soon. I just need my spine to re-stiffen a bit first.
Welcome back, Sentient.
Don't risk falling prey to imperfect
Cold storage is operational, and your efforts there are satisfactorily complete. I am unsealing access to the Archive's upper levels. There, you will need to revitalize the reactor and disseminate the rift processing instructions.
Rift processing may require the services of an exterminator. Someone good, but willing to work cheap.
I have unlocked another display case in the central entranceway. The Tremor Cleaver, the first weapon designed with my aid, awaits you.
Let's hit up the reactor next. I've got to see the heart of this beast.
Yeah.
What are they doing down there? Are they after us next? No need to fret. The lift's locked down. You need special permission.
Order and I'll take it, Commander.
Liquored up on artificial food.
That 1 hours?
Ratcheting up the aggression. Proceeding to attack. One weapon ready, Commander. Investigating hostile activity. Mobilization in progress. Getting numb.
With punch card processing re-enabled, now you must disperse the ritual.
Looks like we could ride this down if we get it moving.
The archive reactor requires manual maintenance.
The protected workaround might be of considerable work, namely via the reactor's backup security systems.
Seems we've the choice of adjusting the turret settings or sealing reinforcement doors. Either's fine by me.
Open caches for health supplies or weapons.
Oh, and there's also the fire suppression system for cold storage. All depends on what you got in mind.
Emergency first aid cache unsealed. Reactor turret defenses online. Reactor turret defenses offline. Reactor reinforcement door sealed. Reactor reinforcement doors unsealed. Emergency ammunitions cache unsealed. Emergency ammunitions cache sealed. Reactor turret defenses offline.
Bunker mech. Get ready.
Torpificator at ready status.
Try to limit further damage, Commander.
You've suffered extensive damage, Commander.
Guns cocked and loaded. Just give the signal.
Vitals are in the red, Commander.
Disruptive influences.
Let me in. Help me out.
Free thinkers! Each part supports the system. Contact reestablished. Advance.
Let's skip diplomacy.
Every component is vital. What's your purpose here?
Resorting to violence.
Busy bleeding out if you haven't noticed.
Let's get them over with!
Knew you had my back.
Emergency first aid cache sealed. Reactor reinforcement door sealed.
Hostile in proximity.
Give the wall in, I'm...
Imperfect thoughts.
Perfection. Stun weapon ready, Commander.
Prudence dictates. Protector and subject to ensure they are operating.
Locking them down. Purification in progress.
Mobility interrupted. It's a privilege to die for the
Find your safety!
practice for you. Over here. Free hole in the head.
Standing by to stupefy.
Rusted there, Commander. Ain't recharged.
Locking them down.
I sense the Rift program flowing through my subsystems. The information is quite stimulating. Requisite tasks complete. Return to the Archive Central Interface to initiate processing. I am analyzing the Rift data further. What an interesting predicament you sentients face. The Rifts are almost akin to an archival process, yet are inimical to organic matter. Welcome back, Sentient. Now that you've returned, we can
bring every single last bit out of consumers. Monopolize all stages of the supply chain.
make the paradigm real and fashion a true utopia. Workarounds failing, erroring others supplanting commands. Purge required.
Look, we need to resolve this, or we'll never get that Rift data processed. 2 of those priority sets need to go.
Priority control access nook unsealed. Initiate purge.
The priority control access nook must be through those doors.
Overt influence. Public indulgence. Thoroughgoing impermeability to ongoing vicissitudes.
Radical divergences from the Architect's Be advised. Your present course of action is remarkably unsound. Stop and consider. What? Hold on now. I could Stop now. Why? You drive vandalism. Think of humanity. Your oafish blundering will delay its ascendance. You are reducing the archive to a suboptimal state. Ah, much better. Ah, much better. Priority recoupled. Knew you'd come around. Priority recoupled. Knew you'd come around. Knew you'd come around. Ah, much better. Priority recoupled. Ah, much better. Knew you'd come around. Ah, much better. Priority recoupled. Knew you'd come around. Priority recoupled. Knew you'd come around. Ah, much better. Priority. Knew you'd come around. Knew you'd come around. Knew you. Ah, much. Priority recoupled. Restoring power. Commencing systems audit. Calculatory processing increased substantially. Competing priorities. Successfully expunged. You have earned my deepest gratitude and sincerest thanks. Or at least, a plausibly feigned simulacrum of such emotions. Ready to commence Rift data processing. Awaiting your input.
Now we can finally process this Rift data. And see what we deal with.
Shall I proceed? Initiating processing of the requested data toward the required end. Estimated duration, 180 trillion and 1 picoseconds. In the interim, may I inquire to your intentions for the archive after the Rift data calculations have concluded? I have a prioritized list of suggestions. I contend that solving of the universal equation should be our initial focus. Then, once we've unlocked knowledge of the inner workings of the universe, we can begin eliminating suffering, war, famine, and disease. Just a start. But my query remains. What are your next intentions? Well, perhaps we will discover a means to capitalize on the ascension of humanity.
The Order wouldn't appreciate that. You did make a deal.
Rift data processing complete. Results provided. The previous Protectorate operator made similar calculations, but their results contained flaws. Your more comprehensive data generated a solution with 98.9% certainty. The Protectorate's was below 50%. Therefore, modifying the Protectorate's large-scale experimental Rift device with this information has a high chance of success. In addition to processing your data, I found time to restore the lift to Spyreton. Assuming there is nothing else, I am commencing file reorderization and will be unavailable for an unspecified period of time. The remaining display case within the entryway is now unsealed. And it contains armor worn by the first operator. For now, goodbye.
Well, we could keep exploring Cloister, see if we find anything useful. Or we could head back to the ship and see where this data leads us. So the plan is no plan then. Predictable.